ready? No, we're waiting for the Zoom people. But I think we are ready to go. Look, give me the green light. Yes? Do we have a green light? Almost? Yes. Okay. Hi everybody, welcome to Prague and welcome to this conference. This is my daughter. She's here to also say hello and welcome you, just one word. But she was just whispering into my ear because I said I'm a bit nervous, and she said, you don't have to be nervous, they all know you, they all love you. So, but we want to say we also love you, and we're very happy that you came. So we have about 100 people signed up, and we are really, really excited you are here. We want to also welcome the people who are on Zoom. So Lukáš there in the back is the master of the Zoom group, and we are waving to the Zoom people who are also joining us today. You're privileged to be here on site, and there are some people who couldn't join us to come. So, but we were thinking it would be so nice to actually stream the launch of this conference just today to also the people who are all over the world and who cannot join us here physically. So, warm welcome to everybody there. And just to say that everything that we are doing at this conference is being recorded, so whatever you miss, you will be able to see in the recording, so you don't have to be sorry for not being able to attend some of the workshops, because they will be available to you. So she wanted to say welcome as well.
Welcome to Prague.
And I forgot to say, my name is Mirka Vlčková, and I'm the founder of Montessori Institute Prague, and I'm the host of your event. I will be taking you through the 3 days as a moderator or a facilitator. And I do want to introduce to you the team of this project, because this conference is a final celebration event of 3 years of a huge effort of an international team of people. And one of them said to me a moment ago, she said, oh, people know who I am. So I said, well, I'll make sure that people know who you are. So I would like to invite my colleagues. I will call them by name. They are the people who are behind the work of the 3 years, behind writing the book, which we are going to launch on Sunday and make it available to you. Behind creating a course, and all of the work and all of the effort goes to them. So I would like to invite, first of all, Mary Kay McCabe. And I will introduce Mary Kay a bit more before she starts speaking for her keynote. This is for now just for you all to see the faces of the people, and we will be very happy if you take the opportunity to stop them in the hallway and talk to them and ask them about advice, and they're here for you. So just this is the purpose why I'm showing you to them. Another amazing person, we are very thankful for her to have participated in the project, Aoife Ahern. And of course, Mary Kay will say more about these people and their expertise when she talks about the project. Lucy Wellstead. The one and only Lucie Urbančíková. Amy Tobias. Where is Amy? Right there. And we have Plamena right there, Plamena Koleva, and Kavita Dudnov as well. Yes, there they are. And of course the whole team of Montessori Institute Prague, who are not in the room, but they are outside. And huge thanks goes to them as well, because without their support. And there's many people, other people, but this is it for now. Okay, so from me, this is going to be more an orientation, kind of housekeeping stuff, and then I'll give the word to Mary Kay. So listen carefully, because this is, at conferences, one of the most important aspects of a conference is for people to be oriented and to know what's happening and where it is happening. And we know it's, you've just come This is an unknown environment. You don't know where things are, so I'm just going to briefly take you through that. Listen carefully. And then if you still have questions about where things are and what to do when and how to go to a workshop or what, any of that, there's a rule. Talk to 2 or 3 other colleagues who are participants in the conference. If you're still not able to find out the answer, go and talk to one of the team, okay? It's like in the elementary classroom when we say, talk to your classmates and only then go to the guide, okay? All right, so today the program is all happening in this room. And it's on purpose because we don't want you to be confused about where to go, so everything is going to take place here. We're going to listen to 2 keynote speeches and to 1 panel, okay? There's going to be a coffee break at a certain point, and you've already seen there's coffee, water, juice right opposite the door. You have an apple and a little snack in your bag. We just wanted to make sure maybe some of you forgot to have lunch, so we didn't want you to feel terribly hungry, so you have a little snack in your bag. Okay, let's see, what else do we have? Bathrooms. I think you probably located bathrooms. You've already located the cloakroom as well. And I have to put my glasses on. It's really funny, I think I need to get bifocals because if I put these on I don't see you, but I have to read this. Signage, we all have badges. Those of us who have a badge and it says team are the people to go to and ask questions. Those people who have a speaker are also guests and they wouldn't know the answer to your question, so just make sure to talk to the team. And actually the 2 most qualified people to answer is Plomena and at the back a colleague of ours, her name is Nati, and you can recognize them by the teal scarf. So they have the scarf and you'll be able to say who they are. Let's see, main room, we have all of this. There's a sales corner right in front of this room. And we're doing something which is called a garage sale. So we are moving out our storage and everything is 80% discount. So check it out, we need to sell it out. If it's a big piece that you can't put in your luggage, we're happy to send it to you by post, okay? And also we'll give you some discount flyers for after. There also is a little table. You'll see there are beautiful paintings on the table. They are painted by a Ukrainian 0 to 3 trainer in training who has lived with us since the war in Ukraine here in Prague. Her name is Ludmila. She isn't here today, she'll come tomorrow. If you buy a painting for your classroom or for your office, you're actually officially helping Montessori Ukraine to restore education in Ukraine. So we'd be happy if you like some of her paintings. It's a fundraiser for Montessori Ukraine, so they're right out there. We also are going to have books available for you that are written by Birgitta Berger, who's our keynote speaker. So also you can get some books out there in front of the room. Okay, let's see. Social dinner. Okay, we've emailed you, but I just want to make sure. We were going to have a social dinner here at the hotel. Somehow it turns out that they're unable to handle a group like this for dinner. So apologies for that. We're not having it here, but we do have a list of tips for restaurants for you. You can grab a little flyer at the registration desk. We have like 7 or 8 places where you can go. They're outside of here, very close by. We're actually like right where all kinds of restaurants and little cafes are, so you shouldn't be able to find a place. And if you want to grab one of our speakers or one of our team members to go with you, please do so. They know that you're going to be saying, oh, do you want to come with us? We can talk. So they're ready for that, okay? So just make sure that if you want Mary Kay to go. Okay. Saturday and Sunday. Yes, this is really important. On the blackboard in front of this room, there are sign-up sheets for breakouts for tomorrow and for Sunday. It's not obligatory. If you change your mind and you want to go to a different breakout, it's fine, but we want to get a sense of how many people want to go to which breakout, because we have a choice of rooms, and if there's an interest in one breakout and a smaller group wants to go to another, we will shuffle the rooms around. So please just go ahead and indicate your interest for us. If you can do it today, that would be lovely, and then we can accommodate for tomorrow, okay? So Some of you may have done that already. I saw that people were standing there. You have in your bags a gift from us, Maria Montessori journal. Please sign yours, because what happens often is people leave them here and then they call us and they want it posted and we don't know which one belongs to whom. So if you sign it, then it's so much easier for us if you leave it here for us to send it to you. And they are lovely, and it's a special gift, so please, and use it for your notes from the conference. Also, please network. If you, a golden rule for conferences is to decide to have a goal to meet at least 3 people every day, 3 new people. So please try to stepping out of the comfort zone. You've already done that by coming here, so use the opportunity and take their contact information. When you meet somebody, ask them, where are you from, and can we exchange contact information as well. So we will have a little networking activity, but the notepad is for that, to also collect connections with other people. Yes, and I guess that's all. I just want to, we are here to connect, to communicate, to support each other, to empower each other, to share challenges, but also successes. And we would love for this event to take place in a respectful atmosphere. So let's just stick to these values of Montessori education, and that's how we'd like to be together here for these 2 or 3 days. So I welcome you to open your minds and open your hearts to connecting with others and to sharing as much as you can. That's all I have in terms of the housekeeping. Is there anything I forgot? My colleagues can think of something? No? Okay, so now I know you are looking forward to hear from Mary Kay, and we actually have a very packed program, so I'm going to give the word over to her. I did say that this conference is the end of a 3-year project that was funded by the European Union. We have the logo there. And I invite you, please take lots of pictures in front of these logos and share it on social media. It's called mandatory visibility. But I'm making it a joke, but we are really thankful to the European Union for giving us this money, because we wouldn't have, otherwise, I don't know if anybody would be able to actually do this work that we have done in the 3 years. Yes, and Mary Kay's you will see it's incredible what this team has accomplished. So thank you to Erasmus, thank you to the European Union. And the idea for processing the work related to building bilingual or multilingual programs actually originated in 2019 at a Lead Montessori conference, though I think it was actually in the head of Mary Kay already before that. But at the conference, Mary Kay was able to talk with people, and she received an incredible response. She saw how urgent this is, how people are struggling, how nobody knows what to do, how to build multilingual programs, and she saw the need for people to connect and to start somehow helping each other, and she came up with the idea, said maybe we can start working on something like this, and then she'll tell you the rest of the story. So thank you, Mary Kay McCabe, Dr. Mary Kay McCabe, please come to the stage.
Adjust this a little bit smaller. Can you hear me? Is this right? Okay, I have to get used to this. Once I get into my talk, I am going to go through the history of how we came to be standing here today. So I will go through that story. But for right now, I just want to share a few comments about how I've decided to organize my talk today, because since we have such an esteemed speaker who comes later this afternoon, Birgitta Berger, and those of you who don't know her, are in for a treat. She is an amazing professional who draws all of the best of language theory and language acquisition, language learning with Montessori practice. And there's very few people that I know of that have a high level of both areas and that can speak about it so eloquently and also from experience, because a lot of times the people who know about the theories haven't been in the classroom and vice versa. So we're really, really honored to have Brigitte. And because I knew Brigitte was coming after me, I thought, well, I don't really need to give an informative talk about the ins and outs of language acquisition, multilingualism, the different theories that Brigitte I know will go through. So I thought it would be a much better use of my time to kind of celebrate how we've gotten here and celebrate all of the people who are in this room and all the people who are joining us via Zoom. Because it's an amazing thing that we're all here today. And as I was thinking about it, I was thinking it's going to be like having a room of who's who of European bilingual Montessori. I mean, who would have thought, 5 years ago that this would be a reality? And so I'm really happy that there are a lot of familiar faces, but I'm also eager to meet many of you who I don't recognize. Maybe I met you before, but I don't remember immediately, but to get to talk to you and get to know you. And also I want to celebrate all of what Mirka was referring to, the team of people who made all of this work that we've done with the grant money that we've received over the last 3 years, making it a reality, because on the one hand we feel very privileged and honored because this doesn't happen all the time, and we wouldn't have been able to draw together the resources that we have and create resources. On the other hand, people who've been working in the project have other jobs. So it's not that it hasn't been an effort to pull things together. So with that in mind, I just want to, again, Mirka mentioned the team, but I wanted to specifically thank some key members of the team that kind of has made it all happen. I have a few gifts over here. And someone will have to help me. I don't remember when the field guide is going to be. Sunday. Okay. So the field guide is kind of, you've already seen our community conversations, the webinars that are on our website, and some of you may have participated in the online course that was held in November. But the field guide is kind of the one project objective in Erasmus terms that we've been working very hard to complete by this weekend. So I just wanted to thank the key people who made that happen. So first of all, there's for Lucy Urbanchikova. Lucy is the one who is kind of our design layout person. So she's at the end of the process, and so all the delays hit her hard. So we're very, very grateful, and you'll appreciate the beautiful work that she does. I also want to thank and recognize Kavita Dudnath, who has been the editor of the field guide. Kavita was very excited when we were in touch, and I invited her if she had time. I knew she was kind of in transition professionally, and Initially, she was thrilled to work on the field guide. I don't know how long that lasted. But anyway, yeah, it's a big project. Putting together a book is no small thing, especially as a collaborative project. And so Kavita came in to help with the editing, and ultimately she ended up writing some sections, or just through the rewriting process, she redid some of the sections, as did Lucy, to be fair. So it's really been all hands-on-deck process. In addition to the other contributors I'll just mention now, which are Lucy Wellstead from Córdoba, Spain. Laura Cassidy, also from Córdoba. Laura's going to do an excellent presentation on Sunday, also with her colleague Denise. Well, not with, the side by side, because Laura is an elementary guide and Denise is a 3 to 6 guide. And they're both incredibly talented and have lots of great ideas to share with you. Aoife Ahern. Aoife is the one person in probably our core team who didn't have previous direct experience with Montessori, although she knew about it because she and I have known each other for years. But Aoife is a professor of linguistics, and specifically she works in the education department at the Autonomous University of Madrid. And so, like I said, we've known each other. You know, you're at Complutense. My brain was like, no. At the Complutense, we'll edit that out. And we've known each other for years, and certainly since I started my school. And at one point, she started sending some of her students who were training to become education teachers to come and observe in our school. And I think that it's been really enriching for her students, and they go back and they share with their classmates what they saw. And then it's also interesting when they interact with the staff in the school, kind of the comments they have. But that's not what Aoife was doing with the project. Aoife, we invited her in to kind of be our expert in language learning and acquisition, all of the theoretical side of it, because that's what she teaches, that's what she writes about, and that it's been invaluable. So thank you, Aoife. Field guide. I think that's all of us that are in the room right now. Then I also just want to take a moment to thank 2 other people without whom this whole project, this whole weekend, everything about bilingual Montessori wouldn't be happening. And the first one is Amy Tobias. Maybe she's not here. Yeah. And so therefore Plemena is as well. Well, we'll get them later. But anyway, the 2 of them are essential to what we do, and nothing would be as it is today without them. So anyway, so thank you all very much. And yeah, I think now I will move into the content of my talk today. So as Mirka mentioned, in November 2019, she had invited me to come to a Lead Montessori conference here in Prague and give a talk about multilingualism, bilingualism in Montessori. As you see in the picture, I was able to meet Lucy, and she and I just connected immediately. And we've worked together more or less on different projects since then. So that's been the beginning of a very special professional relationship. And then, as Mirka mentioned, also after I gave my talk, there was a big response. And so we held, and if you've been to any of our community conversations, you've heard this, what's called an open space meeting. So we went outside and said, anyone who wants to come and talk about this, come. And so people came, and it was really inspiring what they had to say. And here is Kathy Minardi, who I also have to credit in my own journey, because in 2017-18, she had just started doing her whole school leadership institute training, which isn't probably as well known here in Europe, but in the United States it's becoming quite well known. And it's a 3-year course where you're with your peers. And so I was in the second cohort, and for this course you have to do a practicum. And at that point I wasn't in my school, and so most people were doing projects about their work in their school, issues they were having. And so Kathy came to me and said, you have to do something about bilingualism. And I was like, oh, but it's really what's been the most difficult thing of my years in my school. I wouldn't even know where to begin, and frankly, I didn't want to think about it too much because I was just transitioning out of my school. She said, no, maybe you need a break, but you really need to do this. And so I did a project which was the practicum at the end of the course. And then that's all evolved into, this is the open space. I think some of the people will recognize who are here were there that day as well. Yeah, you see yourselves, or friends. And here's our other friend and colleague, Peter Davidson, who was key in the Lead Montessori movement. There's Amy and Firuz Karani, who also will be participating this weekend. It was a very special weekend. And so following that special weekend and all of the energy that we felt, and Lucy and I kept talking, we knew that we had to do something. And our first thought was to think about training for people, because it seemed like information was, as you probably all know all too well, everyone is doing the best they can, finding information where they can, but there hasn't been a place or training course to go to, or a place to go to get information. And so we were very focused on that. We started brainstorming. Here's a prototype that Lucy generated after one of our brainstorming sessions. And so we were looking at the different levels of what are the issues. So there's administrative curriculum, there's the actual teaching in the classroom. And so yeah, from there we started thinking about what would be needed. At the same time, Mirka and I had been talking about if we're going to, she wanted to be involved, and if we're going to offer courses, we need a website, we need a name. And so in December, we bought the domain bilingualmontessori.com and designed the logo, which you've probably all seen more than enough by now. But that was obviously the first formal step to make something more real. And so following the interest in Prague in the conference, Mirka talked to me, I think we had talked about it before, that I could come here and I could offer a weekend seminar workshop. And then after going back in January, she said, there's just too much interest from all over the world. I think we have to try to do something online. And if you think back to early 2020, that was a big step. So I was like, fine, okay, we can do that. We'll be pioneers. We'll do something online, and we'll see how it goes. And we had scheduled to start the last week of February for 4 weeks. And so you know what the first webinar coincided with, and I imagine some of you actually were participating in it. So it wasn't, I wouldn't say we got off on the best foot. It was such a stressful time, but anyway, we completed it and generated interesting material that I was able to use later, and I hope that those of you who might have participated felt like you got something out of it, even though I recognize it wasn't the best, especially the later sessions. Well, one we had to just keep postponing because we were all so discombobulated in our lives. And then, you know, life went on, and then at the end of the next year in December, I gave another four-year, thank God no, 4-session workshop, and it was essentially based on what I had done previously, and in other workshops I had done. And this one I felt good about. I felt we were prepared. We had a team, the team at MIP. Lucy was helping with all the visuals. And so then it felt like, okay, things were kind of back on track. I also I did another workshop with the same material, but in Spanish in May of 2021. Or I had done it, sorry. And then I was looking for, but I couldn't find it. The original workshop I gave on bilingualism in Montessori was in 2018 in Malaga. And it's where I met Lucy Weston, who's been a key member of this team. So I just wanted to point out the different connections and how things kind of weave in and out of each other, because I believe that that's the nature of our work and who we are. I mean, I think people who work in Montessori environments or in education in general are very open to, you know, the paths that life takes us on and the serendipities, and that's definitely been part of my own journey. So now I'm going to shift the focus a little bit to thinking about Maria Montessori and languages. This is a beautiful book that was published a couple of years ago. It's a collection of letters of Maria Montessori writing to her grandchildren and during the years that she was in India. It was translated and edited by Carolina Montessori, who was her great-great-granddaughter. And sadly, not long after it was published, she died prematurely. And so this book is, I mean, it is a treasure, but I'd have to say it's become even more of a treasure because Carolina is no longer with us. So we're very lucky to have this, and it's a very interesting read. As you probably all know, Maria Montessori, her life, she was in motion a lot, and there weren't the ways of traveling that we have now. And also her, from 1916 to 1936, she was based in Barcelona, Spain. She had left Italy when Mussolini was in power. She was very, very resolutely apolitical, and I think I don't know the ins and outs, but apparently someone in his government wanted to use her educational method towards some political end. And so she was going to be giving one of her international courses in 1916. And it's amazing when you think back on it. She had over 100 people from all over the world in that course. When you look at the list of names, it's remarkable. And around that time, then she keeps traveling around the world because she's giving courses everywhere. But after that, she made her base Barcelona, in part because the local educational officials, that they were actually just developing public education in Catalonia during that period, the early 20th century, and they someone in power was very impressed with what she had done and had actually invited her, had seen her in Rome and had then invited her to come, and then invited her to stay in Barcelona and take on a key role in developing this new system of public, what we call now public education. And so she did that happily. And I think by the mid-1920s, there were at least 30 schools in and around Barcelona. But unfortunately, as happens with politics, because obviously a lot of the people who were pushing the public education were also nationalists that were pushing a language objective. And she'd just come from Italy. She really didn't want to get involved in that. And so she stayed on, but she specifically said, and she collaborated because obviously a lot of her students were the ones opening the schools. Sound familiar? And so she stayed around, but she still kept it as her base. And so when her son Mario then was married, he and his wife lived there. Her grandchildren lived there, and then they left in World War II. But anyway, they came back ultimately. And so, since I'm based in Spain, it's part of her history that I've always paid a lot of attention to, and that's for another article. I'll go into more detail. But the point is that she and her grandchildren, her children and grandchildren, child and grandchildren grew up in a very multilingual, multicultural situation. First of all, Mario married an American woman, so the children were bilingual. Then they lived in different countries. They lived in Spain, and they learned Spanish and Catalan. And so she was very aware personally and in her immediate family. And then she was invited to go to India. And then she wanted Mario to come with her because it's a big trip, and she was getting older then. And then World War II broke out, and they weren't allowed to leave because they were Italians, and so they were seen as enemies of the British who controlled India then. But the beautiful thing that came of it is that they created, basically the elementary curriculum was created there. And she had ideas, inspiration, but being there gave her even more inspiration. And the culture, the Indian culture also really influenced her. And so, of course, being there, people were asking her to set up schools, the people who invited her and also other prominent Indians. And so she was faced with the reality that India is a very multicultural place. So even in one given location, you have children with many mother tongues. And so her solution was to create what we call an English medium school. In other words, that English was the medium of instruction. And those of us who are involved in multilingual Montessori, we hold that fact very close to our hearts because, you know, there's certain arguments, and I'm not saying that they have certain validity, but that you can't do Montessori in not a child's mother tongue. But at the same time, we know that she herself was a practical person, and we, as we know, are living in a time when we can't deny the need for children to grow up learning more than one language. And we also know, as Montessorians, the early they start, the better. So I think that it's been very important for me personally to go back and review her biography and a lot of these details. And as I mentioned, I do have an article in mind that I would like to write where I go more into her time in Spain and then how that spun out in different threads of her work. But for now, for today, I'm going to continue with a little bit about my own personal story, but then branching out into all of the other people who are involved in my own story. I founded a Montessori school in 2006 in Madrid, Spain. You can, in the field guide, I've written a short narrative exploration of, well, it's called Development of a School Language Policy, Trial and Error at Madrid Montessori, to give you a taste, but you'll get to see it in a couple of days. So I founded this school, and we got into the situation where we couldn't we couldn't be recognized by the Spanish educational system. And so obviously my option to be an American international school was the easy one, and that's what we did. But then as a Montessori school, it really opened up a lot of complications and a lot of dilemmas, which, as I said, I review in this piece that I wrote as part of the field guide. Because I really thought it's important for people to, because I know you all know the struggles, and I think it's important to realize that you're not alone, and that, you know, it may look different in your particular case, but that anyone who's been doing this work has probably been there. So this is a little fragment of, well, this is the table of contents of this little piece that I did to include in the field guide. Lucy Wellstead also wrote the kind of the history of the development of her bilingual program at her school, and I think it's actually interesting reading the two next to each other for reasons that I'll just leave as a teaser for you. So, as I've said before, I learned a lot. Initially, I left my school, I transitioned out in 2017, in part because I was being contacted by people who wanted to start schools and wanted help in just establishing schools, and then that kind of converted into wanting help with bilingualism, because especially in Spain, virtually all the Montessori schools are international schools. And like many of us, I felt quite alone in this journey. And at some point when I was doing research for I don't know what, I came across an article. It was just a little article that was published in a newsletter by M.J. Rosanova. And I was talking about Montessori immersion, one-way immersion outside of Chicago in the United States for 3 to 6 year olds. And this was back in, well, the article was from '93, but the school opened in 1985. So that really got my attention. And then I found another article. He had written a more in-depth article in 1997, which I was rereading to prepare for today, and it really, it's quite amazing. You'll find the citation in the field guide, or you can look it up on your own, but it's really, especially for those who work with 3 to 6 year olds, but even for, recently I've been thinking a lot about the age range in terms of second language, thinking about, you know, the 4 to the 7 year olds is almost one group in a certain way, but that's for another day. But anyway, thinking about that group of children in that age range, which crosses from Children's House into elementary, a lot of what he observed and wrote down in a very thoughtful, detailed way, you will find interesting and useful, especially if you might be in the classroom. And so it's interesting to know. I did try to contact him at one point. I didn't have luck. I'm now motivated to try again. The school that I think he helped found it in the early days, he and his wife, who were multilingual themselves. It still exists, but in 2005 they changed their name. It was called Intercultura, And after 2005, it became a nonprofit, and other changes happened. And then, since then, it's called the Intercultural Montessori Language School. And yeah, it still exists. But I think, to me, the reason I'm mentioning it is that somehow I think it's significant that they changed their name to the Montessori Language School. I could speculate about reasons that might have happened, but and obviously they weren't just teaching languages, it was a Montessori school, but I found that detail intriguing. And so essentially when I thought about today, and I thought about bridging, okay, where I was, where we, those of us who were together then and have been on this journey, where we were in 2019 and where we are now in the beginning of 2025, just to do like a comparison. And so essentially these next slides are actually from my talk in 2019. And this question, what can be done, it was the subtitle of his first article that I found. And it was, I can't remember exactly, Brigitte probably does, but multilingual Montessori, what is to be done? And I thought, oh yes, exactly, what is to be done? And I've been, breaking my head around this issue for years now. My colleagues have been sharing that journey with me and the headaches. So anyway, in November of 2019, these were the questions that I was posing, or the things that I was posing that I felt needed to be addressed. I thought there need to be clear, measurable learning objectives at the end of each cycle, and that you need to specify what kind of proficiency your school is aiming for. Because when I went out and I started, and it was part of my own experience, and then when I went out and I started speaking to people in other schools, I realized that's like mistake number one. We don't even, we just think we want to have this other language, whatever it may be, but we don't stop and think, what do we want the children to obtain in this language by the time they leave our school, or at the end of Children's House, the end of lower elementary. Are we thinking about full biliteracy? Are we thinking about academic proficiency? Are we just thinking about basic functional pragmatic skills in another language? And so that was really the first thing, and still is. And then obviously what goes hand in hand with that is to also identify assessment tools so that you can monitor what's going on. Because I think in some Montessori schools and some Montessori practitioners, assessment per se is kind of, yeah, we love observation, and observation is amazing, and especially when we can record a lot of what we're observing. But especially, I would say in other areas too, but especially with language learning and second language learning, we need to see what the children are achieving from year to year, because as school administrators or coordinators and classroom teachers, we need to know, is what we're doing effective, or we need to rethink it. So that to me was very important, still is. Just a sample of, at the time in our Children's House, we had, this would be like a report that we would give to the parents we had for first language and second language, because we also had children that their first language was different. We had Spanish speakers and we had English speakers. And this would have been for elementary reports at the time. This has gotten much more sophisticated now. And so basically, here's a summary. In 2019, it was about setting the objectives, systematic assessment, using a school language profile to really understand the kind of contours of who your students are and what their needs are. Who are your guides? Are your guides fitting the needs of your students? I mean, many, many times it's not in our hands. You know, we have the people working with us that work with us, and sometimes we have an amazing guide who doesn't happen to have the right language skills that we need, but we don't want her to leave, so we'll adapt. But then you also, at some point you need, I believe, you have to step back and kind of evaluate, kind of, how is this going? How you know, are we really reaching our goals, or do we need to actually stop and make a more important policy decision about how things are going? And for me, the language profile goes hand in hand with the language policy, which is your written document where everything is laid out. Oh, thank you, Aoife. And so then I just wanted to compare that to where we are now. And I still believe in all those things that I said in 2019. That hasn't changed. And in addition to that, I believe there's a need to really think through how second language acquisition and Montessori philosophy and pedagogy often have conflicting needs, and how we are finding the ways to cohabitate, so to speak. It's not an easy one, especially because of the professionals we have in the classrooms. We have the guides, we have language specialists in some cases, or sometimes we just have different guides responsible for different languages. But those of you who might be in a situation like that know, then there can be tension because each guide obviously feels her language needs more time. So there's all kinds of things in terms of negotiating that. Then more recently, well, it's something I've been thinking about, but a recent experience a couple of years ago helped me put words to it, which is that, you know, the original Montessori language sequence, curriculum, if we dare to use that word, it was developed for native speakers, obviously. Well, I say obviously, but it's not so obvious because I've met so many guides and teachers when they're given the job of working with second language learners, they take out their album, which is not, I'm not criticizing that, that's where you should go, but they don't have the information to realize that some of these materials, some of these activities are not going to meet the same needs of a second language learner, either because of sensitive periods that have passed or that the children, they can't, there's a lot of materials that the children can't access until they have the vocabulary. It doesn't matter how old they are. So, and that's kind of, to me, that's the flag we really need to wave, is that we have to focus on vocabulary enrichment, and so that is going to mean we have to adapt some materials, that we have to do work with vocabulary before we can present a material. And Florencia Ugalde, who's here, who worked with me in Madrid Montessori for many years, she had a community conversation where she talks about adaptation she introduced in the Children's House. And she's doing another presentation here about small groups and the use of small groups for vocabulary building and facilitating using the language. So there's a lot we can do, or there's a lot that's being done that people don't know about. For example, I'm also looking now at Denise Fernandez. She's another 3 to 6 guide who has made amazing, taking Montessori materials, but also taking her experience from working at international school in Sao Paulo and what she learned there about teaching English to children who weren't native speakers. And she's combined it in some really beautiful ways. And she's going to talk on Sunday specifically about literacy, right, Denise? So we have really talented people who have been figuring things out on their own, and now we have to get the word out there so other people can benefit from all of their work and insight. So that leaves me to the need for specialized training, kind of back to where we were in 2019. And although through the course of the grant we were aware of that, but I think we had to do a lot more of the groundwork, let's say, to get to this point. And so a lot of times, oops, I'm going backwards. There's our field guide. A lot of times, well, now especially people ask me, well, what's going to happen now? The grant is finishing. What are you going to do? Is bilingual Montessori going to fade away? No. Don't worry about that. We'll continue the website as it is, and if we have the opportunity to organize another cycle of community conversations, we'll certainly do that. I felt like those were so valuable and so interesting, either to showcase the work of people I knew, and also to get to know people who I didn't know that well before, and then it can live there on our website for anyone to access for as long as it's needed. But then I've been developing another part of the website which isn't visible yet, and that's going to be actual services. So training, mentoring, consultancies, if you need to bring in an expert to work on a particular thing. The trainings as well are going to be conceptualized in terms of, we'll have dates scheduled where you can sign up, but you can also contact and say, okay, we would love to bring this person to our city because we know there's a group of people who would like that training. They'd like it, because a lot of training with materials is, we know it's much better if you can do it in person. So basically, I know I need to wrap up, but the idea is that it's going to live on, it's going to grow, and the next step is really to bring more of these experts that I've had the pleasure to get to know over the years to you, so you can access all of the wealth of information that they have. So anyway, I'll end with this image. This is a photo I took yesterday when I went out for lunch. It was an old radio that was right next to my face, and then I finally looked at it and I saw there like names of all different European cities on the dial. And I loved the idea of tuning into a place. And like obviously you'd have all the different languages if you're tuning into the place. So that kept me entertained for a little while yesterday before I had to come back and keep working. So anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate your attention, and I really appreciate you all being here. And as I said in the beginning, I'm really looking forward to talking to you and also getting to know those of you that I don't know yet. Thank you very much.
Or no, it's the game snake now.
Ah, okay.
Can I give this sign to you, and can you take 2 to 5 years? Okay, thank you. I will explain what happened. Okay, so we're gonna play a game now. You need to move up, move. You get up, move around a little bit, because as you know, when you move, when you change your physical state, your mental state also improves. So we're going to do a little game, and it's called the snake. Those of you who have been present at the Lead Montessori conference in 2019, remember it. So I will ask you to help me to self-organize, and listen to me, I'll explain quickly how this goes, and then you're going to go, okay? So the purpose of the activity is to get to know other people who are here, and what we're going to do right now is you're going to go and find a space that is for you in terms of the years of your involvement in bilingual or multilingual or language education doesn't matter if it's Montessori or not, but the years of your experience or the years of your expertise, okay? So let me just explain more clearly. Right there, where's Kavita, you see a sign. Whoever has been in bilingual or multilingual education up to 1 year, your task is now to go to that corner and organize in a line from 1 month to up to 1 year, okay? Talk to each other how long you have been and make a line. Then there's Mary Kay, 2 to 5 years people. And then outside, yes, it just follow, you'll see, there's 6 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 50, and 51 to 100. So your task is to line up, self-organize, and line up according to the years of your experience, okay? And there are people who have done this before, they will help you. So go now. Do we have any organizational questions? Anybody, anything? We have chairs now. Yes? Great, yes. Oh, please, go ahead.
A statistical question. I would like to know how many countries are represented here today.
How many countries are represented? Okay, let me think about some nice way to find out tomorrow. We can do a little game. I'll figure something out for tomorrow. Thank you. That's a really nice idea. Thank you so much. That's a really good idea. Okay, so welcome back to your seats. I think it's, my voice is running out. So would you please give an applaud of welcome to Birgitta Berger. To the stage. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Milka, and also thank you, Mary Kay, you representing Bilingual Montessori, who have invited me to be here and to speak here this afternoon. Everything okay with the microphone?
Yes, I'm going to move it a bit closer to you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. Right.
Yeah, I am tall, but not that tall.
All right, just 2 centimeters closer.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
I feel like I'm eating it, you know, that's why it doesn't look that delicious to eat, but yes, that's the reason why. So I'm really happy to see some familiar and many, many new faces who are going to be joining in a dialogue that is moderated and for which Bilingual Montessori has created such a wonderful platform. And I hope I can make a small contribution this afternoon. I'd like to begin by greeting you once more. Good afternoon, Dobry den, Guten Tag, Buenos dias, Buongiorno, Bonjour, Merhaba, Sawadee Ka. I don't know if you know that one, it's Thai. Now I know I've probably missed many of the other languages that you bring along, so to sort of add on to your getting to know each other that you just experienced outside and here in the room, I'd like you to speak to your neighbor for just a minute or so and share with your neighbor and find out which languages you speak, use, know, and which you have in common. Just a minute for that. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing those languages, some of which may not be the L2 that we're going to be speaking about, but to me it's vitally important that we acknowledge, that we recognize, that we welcome and honour all the linguistic potential that is here in this room, mirroring the linguistic potential of the children and the families that we're working with. Just to keep that in mind and to say, well, there is the L2 that we're aiming for in our institution, but there is so much more, and I'll be coming back to that as well. I have chosen here a picture for you, an image, an AI-created image of the Tower of Babel. And this is a story that you may know. It's a story from the Bible. And according to this, the people in the town of Babel were trying to build not just a town, but an enormous tower that they wanted to touch the heavens, and God intervened and he distributed all the people and spread them out and mixed up language for them. So this story has not just a biblical context, it's also related to as a story of how can we explain that there are so many languages. You can see that the concept of multilingualism goes back a long, long way. So this is the topic of this afternoon's keynote, and moving within and beyond the original scope of Montessori pedagogy to meet the needs of L2 learning. That is quite a mouthful, I know. But on the other hand, in a nutshell, it is partly or actually my story, and it may be your story as well. Because thinking back to when I started out working as an English teacher at a Montessori school and then embarking on Montessori training over 20 years ago, I experienced something that perhaps also you came across, that people were telling me, well, you're doing the training now, so as you're an English teacher, you just do in our Montessori setting everything you learn, everything you see in English, that's it. And having elementary students, one group, once a week, 60 minutes, 90 minutes perhaps, I realized very soon that that wasn't going to be enough. So this story of moving within and then moving beyond the original scope of Montessori pedagogy is in a way also my personal story, and it probably, as I said, is yours as well. We're going to look at the different elements of this topic in succession as we go through the slides. I'll be referring to L2 as an acquired and additional language. So a language that's acquired after the first language, after the L1, or mother tongue as it's referred to. And you'll also come across the term TL, target language, which is another way of saying that's the language that we're aiming for. And in our settings, we sometimes use these two terms interchangeably, and I will do so as well. So, the original scope of Montessori pedagogy, well, as we all know, Montessori is a concept that is based and involves language. Language is a skill that is at the center of learning. It's the medium through which learning takes place. And so language is at the heart of Montessori pedagogy, but, and that's what Mary Kay has already been talking about this afternoon, the way that the concept was developed was for the L1, with the possible exception of the English medium schools that she mentioned during Maria Montessori's lifetime. So what we have, though, to guide us is not necessarily an answer to questions of what to do, but we can always turn to Montessori for answers to questions of how to go about things. And I'd like to refer to the triangle or the trinity, the three pillars, and we'll be looking at them again later on. But they are the foundation of the work that we do to enable a child to develop their personality and to grow, and where at the center stand the child, the prepared adult, and the prepared environment, which is an L1 speaking environment in the original context. It includes materials, it includes the social context, of course, so the language of not just the materials, but the language of everyday communication is the L1 here. And the other reference that I find incredibly important for us to keep going back to is the planes of development, and to see that they express and remind us of the needs of the child at different stages of their life or of adolescence, and to see that in the way that Maria Montessori bases pedagogy on the needs of the child, we also will be looking at the needs of the child as an L2 learner. We'll look at that in a moment. Just to find out a little bit more about you, we saw now how long your experience of bilingual work is in the activity, in the community activity, but I'd like you with a show of hands now to just give me and us an idea of who's working with young children, so with the first plane from 0 to 6 years. Okay, so a good number there. And a show of hands for those of you working with children in elementary from 6 to 12. Mm-hmm. Some of you may have raised 2 hands, I don't know. And how about the adolescents? Who is involved in work with adolescents, right? And I'm sure there are also administrators, researchers, and other people who weren't included in the previous categories, so great to have you here as well. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, just take a moment now, and you have your note sheet in front of you. There might be, from your experience of the age group you're working with, a specific question or experience that you'd like to hold on to that might be like your guiding question or your leading question through this afternoon. Is there something you would like to focus on? Just make a note. I'll give you a minute for that. It might be the driving question that's brought you to this conference, or leads you in your action research and your own practical work. Well, as I said, Montessori pedagogy is focused on the needs of the child, and when we're looking at the bilingual aspect or the aspect of learning additional languages, then we need to look at the needs of L2 learning and the L2 learner, and that's what I'm going to do in this next part. I'll be going through these prerequisites for L2 learning, but as I've covered them in detail in the webinar that I was able to give here for Bilingual Montessori last year, I won't be as detailed as you might remember, though for those of you who have heard it, and for the others who need more depth, just for time's sake, I ask you to forgive me that I can't go into as much detail as I did then, but there is that webinar for you to refer to. One of the things that I find most important for us to be aware of when we're working with the L2 and we're working with the acquisition and the learning of an additional language is to accept and to be aware of the fact that all learners of an additional language go through steps and stages, something described by the German linguist Manfred Pienemann. You can see that we start with a pre-production phase, and then we have the first stage, and language develops, and I'll just go back. From the first stage where we have chunks of language, where we have single words, formulas, phrases that are used as one word. And then as we go through the stages, language becomes more and more complex. You can see these are typical examples of a learner's language. I'll say more about that. It's not always what we would say well-formed language. It's not a language that is already on the level of the native speaker. And that's something important to keep in mind, and I'll come to that. What you've just seen, these stages and steps that a learner goes through, and Pieneman actually discovered that all learners go through identical stages. They just take different lengths of time to move on from one to the next. And the other thing, his teachability hypothesis tells us you cannot skip any of the stages. You need to go from 1 to 3 to 2 to 3 to 4 and so on. And these stages and steps can be described and are encompassed in the term that Larry Selinker gave us when he developed the concept of an interlanguage, which can also be called an interim learner's language, an evolving language that starts with the first word a learner produces and becomes, as you saw in the stages that I showed you, increasingly complex and increasingly more, of course, and you can see that here on this slide, increasingly more L2-like or native speaker-like. Actually a term to be critically discussed as well, but that's for another time, another story. You can see here the factors that influence the development of interlanguage. Of course, L1 knowledge will play a role. The input that is given in the L2 will, of course, nurture and develop and foster this development. And there are other skills, such as literacy skills, metalinguistic knowledge, for example, that support the development of interlanguage. So actually what our learners are producing when they're speaking, when they're writing, is some form, one stage of this interlanguage, which means that our expectations should be that they represent a stage and that they move on, but not that they're producing absolutely error-free target language as learners at this early stage. And actually, if we look at even very, very advanced learners, there may still be mistakes that they make if they're not familiar with idiomatic language or with terminology or very specific areas of language. You saw in the stages of language acquisition that the first stage involved the production of phrases, chunks of language, using one word or a few words like "how are you" as a formula, as a chunk. And increasingly we've become aware of, and researchers are pointing out, that this use of chunks, so-called chunking of language, is something that's not just important in the initial stage, it actually continues through the learning stages and the development of the learner. You see here a little graph with the A1, A2 from the Common European Framework of Reference, and you can see that actually up to about B1, learners are still using a large amount of formulaic language, as it's called, language in chunks. The explanation for that is actually very simple. We know more now about what's called our working memory, something that's being studied by cognitive science, neuroscience, etc. And we know that the working memory can grasp between, some say 3 to 4, maximum 5 to 7 items at the same time. That leads to the situation of the learner trying to express themselves and going for fluency or going for content before they're going for accuracy. So in order for a beginning learner to express themselves, they will be holding on to chunks of language that they've come across, that they are familiar with, that they have recycled often enough, and those will be a very important part of the language they produce. And then slowly, as we move into B1, we see that the language and the ideas they're trying to express become more and more complex. Chunks will no longer suffice, chunks will not be enough to express what they want to say at that stage, and they will be drawing more and more upon metalinguistic knowledge, awareness of rules, of patterns, of structure. But this also, and that's one reason why I wanted to include this also guides us in terms of how much structure and rules do we need to give learners at which stage? And you can see we can actually give them a lot of language input for a long time before we need to focus in depth on structure and patterns, so-called grammar. We were talking about, and Mary Kay mentioned all the different possible settings and goals and intentions of the language programs at your institutions. And this goal setting, as Mary Kay pointed out, is vital, and it's something, again, that not only the school but the individual teacher in her classroom needs to be aware of, because there may be different goals, not just for a school and a program, but even for individual children in your classroom, in your group. This goal setting is related to the two different levels of language that Jim Cummins described in his iceberg theory, where he says the tip of the iceberg is the language that we use every day for everyday communication. And below that, below the water level, is this huge, massive iceberg of language that we need for academic purposes. From this, we have the realization that it will take much, much longer to develop what is called the CALP, the Common Academic Language, Cognitive Academic Language Proficiency. It's said that it's about 2 years for basic interpersonal and interpersonal communicative skills, and 5 to 7 years for the academic language proficiency to develop. So if your school has a program where you're working towards examinations, such as IB, for example, you need to give your students enough time to build up this amount of academic language for them to not only cognitively be able to pass exams, work at that level in that subject area, but also to have the linguistic tools and means that they need to be able to work at that level. Just to point out what these two different levels are related to, because we'll be coming to that in a more concrete example later on. They are both related to context. So, to put it in sort of everyday language, what makes interpersonal and everyday communication easy is the fact that we see what's going on. We can point to things, we have body language that's included, we have the items in the classroom that we can use as props, as tangible objects. So interpersonal communication is very much context-based, and the difficulty of the academic language level is that it is very much more context-reduced. You have a text, you're expected to read and understand the text, but there are no images, no pictures, and nobody demonstrating what it's all about. You're on your own there, so you really need to know the language. This is actually something that I only came across fairly recently, but it is, I think, for us also a really helpful guideline based on Jim Cummins' iceberg theory and the two levels of language. The so-called Cummins quadrant differentiates between areas where there is a lot of context and areas where there is high cognitive demand. And the recommendation, and I'll be giving you an example of this a little bit later on, the recommendation is that we move through these stages with our learners. And the beginning L2 learner will be in stage A, where there is not such a high cognitive demand, it's not very complex ideas, but there is a lot of context, so you can see the things, you can touch the things, highly context embedded. And from that, we can move on to a high cognitive demand, but remaining in this context embedded situation. So saying it's going to, the ideas, the concepts are going to become more complex, but we still have the context to relate to. And it will take a certain time, remember the iceberg and the 2 years or 5 to 7 years, it will take time for your learners then to move on to areas, materials, tasks that are content reduced at a high cognitive level. And as I said, I'll be giving you a concrete example of that later on. I'll just go through these briefly because Mary Kay has already mentioned them, but just to show you that L2 learning has to do not just with how is language acquired, but also what institutional setting do we have. We also have findings from neuroscience that are really, really helpful in terms of giving us ideas and giving us sort of beacons to follow what to do with our learners, where we need to arouse curiosity, create relevance, teach without restrictions, promote individuality, provide challenging and enriching task formats, enable the repetition and recycling of language to take place, include images and organize social language learning. I think for us Montessorians we can relate to all of these because these are actually very similar to the principles of a Montessori classroom. Interesting to see that they are also the principles of successful L2 learning, language learning. And not to forget that there are individual factors, so there's the individual motivation of the child or student that may vary according to personal circumstances or age. Age, of course, also playing a role, and I think luckily we know today that the older learners aren't at a disadvantage. They have advantages over younger learners because they actually have more experience of learning, they have metalinguistic knowledge, they know themselves and they know what they're good at or what they need. So they have a lot of advantages as well, and it's never too late to start learning a new language. I think that's, despite our knowledge of the sensitive period, it's really important to point that out as well. Yes, and then you have individual differences in terms of intelligence, cognitive development, language learning aptitude. Sometimes you can see it even within one family where within the same situation, the same linguistic context, children acquire additional languages at different speeds or in different ways. So we do know that there is an individual language learning aptitude. The family background and metalinguistic competence to be mentioned as well. So I'd like to draw some pedagogic conclusions from this first part. What do we need? We need comprehensible, relevant and authentic input. Comprehensible, so it has to be accessible for the child, for the learner at the stage that they're at, giving them a little room to grow, but not too much. It's the Krashen I+1 comprehensible input you might have heard of. They also need opportunity and scaffolding for them to produce individual and cooperative output. So individual output is usually oral, of course, when they're speaking, but in writing, again, something that has been shown to be extremely successful is cooperative writing formats, where brainstorming and the putting together of different linguistic and other resources in a small group of 2 to 3, maximum I would say 4 peers, is actually something that's very supportive of language learning. And of course what they also need is a challenging and safe and supportive environment. So I think all of those factors need to be recognised. So I'm going to go back now again to original Montessori pedagogy and the image that I just showed you. As I said, it's based on the L1 situation, which is what Montessori pedagogy originally was developed for. When we're working with the L2, we need to redefine or broaden the definition. So whereas we looked at the child as the child in its stage and plane of development, the child or the adolescent now is also the language learner, and we as adults will not just be the prepared adults, we will also be the language guides. And the resources, all the materials, all the activities, also everything that's going on in the classroom will become L2 resources, including the peers, including the group, which especially as they gain proficiency can become then models and resources for their younger peers or for their L2 less experienced peers. And again, the 4 planes of development, which in the L2 context, we're going to focus a lot on the sensitive phase for language acquisition. And I'd just like to point out that term acquisition is what we use when language is intuitively acquired. I'm consciously trying not to use the word learn, because there is also, for older learners, consciously learning learners, we use the term learning. So acquisition is what the sponge, the absorbent mind, is actually doing when it's in contact with language and acquiring language. And as children get older, more and more active and learning will take place that they're actually aware of. What we need to keep in mind for the adolescent is that they're not just learning languages, they are still, and very, very much, this is very much at the front of what they're all about, what they're focusing on, what's troubling or what's on their minds is finding their role in this world that they will then sooner or later be moving into. So developing a social personality. And again, when we're looking at language and language development and language learning, we need to honour this need of the adolescent group. I have 2 quotes here from Montessori which help us sort of put into perspective the planes of development and what we can do or not do. She said that the principles that can be applied usefully to the first period, so that's the period of the absorbent mind, and the period of touching, discovering dimensions, is not the same as those that must be applied to the second period, the period of the reasoning mind, of discovery, of more abstract thinking and learning. The passage to the second level is the passage from sensorial, material, to the abstract. So again, and Mary Kay already mentioned that there's sort of a caveat of saying, well, we can take something from Children's House, from Casa, and just use it because it's so appealing, because it's so looks like something we could easily use in elementary as well, but it is designed for a developmental stage that these children have grown out of. So we need to be aware and perhaps be aware of sort of making too easy transitions or too simple, taking something from one to the other, moving it from one plane to the other, disregarding the needs of the child at the next plane of development. Although, and that's the reason why we're looking for these objects, materials, resources, although the linguistic level of the child in the second plane in the L2 may be much more like that of an L1, of a plane 1, first plane child. So that's sort of another bridge, another gap to bridge. I was really happy to hear your reference, Mary Kay, to Michael Rosanova's article, because like you, I find it a very enlightening and helpful article, and you'll find it in the references at the end of this presentation as well. He also draws on Stephen Krashen, saying what we need to do in this, in his case, immersion situation, immersion context, but it goes for everyone working with L2, working with target languages. We need to provide comprehensible input. He quotes Maria Montessori saying, the environment must speak. And I think it's a very helpful add-on to that Michael Rosanova makes when he says, well, if the teacher's words in the L2 cannot always be understood, then it is absolutely critical that the environment speaks, so that there be things to see, to provide the context for what is being communicated. But always remembering that it's not the teacher alone who can be a role model for learners, even in elementary, even in CASA. As soon as you have children who have more language experience in the L2, they can also become models of language, and they will become part of this L2 environment. The pioneers of the very first generation, then moving on and becoming a pillar in this linguistic environment as well. Here I'd just like to share with you the possible setup of an English corner in Children's House, perhaps something you're familiar with. It's one that my colleague Romali Rosales, who also did one of the community conversations on her experience, described. And here are some pictures, so you can see a prepared environment, you can see rituals and ritualized activities taking place, greetings, doing work with materials, with I think in this case memory cards that the children are playing, so they're familiar with the games and they become familiar with the language as well. Yes, this question of what materials to use, again, the language materials that we find in, for example, in English are developed for L1 learners. So in my German setting, I'm at Montessori school in Bavaria, in Munich, in Germany, trying to take all those language materials into the setting for learners just learning English as a second language isn't going to work. The grammar boxes, for example, the example sentences contain vocabulary and concepts that they are just not yet linguistically familiar with. So we need alternatives. I'll be showing you some more sort of from out of beyond the Montessori realm. But one that I find, and in years and years of experience have been going back to and using more and more, are the grammar symbols themselves, which work so well for me because they are abstract symbols and they can be joined with any language at any level of language development, and can make so many things visible on another level to children. Also perhaps helpful to remember, we need several channels. We need the auditory channel, but we also need the visual channel, and these grammar symbols support the visual channel by going beyond the words and their meaning and the context, and showing patterns that here, for example, we can do a comparison of different languages and we can see that pronoun and verb are placed in different positions depending on whether the language is English or French, Italian or Czech. I hope that's correct. Yes. And also we can construct patterns that can then be used to create more language, to produce more language. So from a structure which is a bit like chunking, that we have here, like I like pizza, I like cats, I do not like milk, and I do not like rats. So you can see we can just interchange the noun that we're using and create lots and lots of new language in that way. It's not particularly necessarily authentic, but it's honouring this need for chunks that I was mentioning and talking about earlier. So you've got the chunks here as well. Over to you again. I need a breath of air, a drop of water, and I'd like you to share with your neighbour your favourite speaking material or your favourite part of the Montessori environment for L2 work, if you have one, or maybe you will just find out from your partner, from your speaking partner. And just have a look, think and feel into it. How does it align with developmental and linguistic needs at the stage that you're working with? So just take 2 minutes for that. imaginary bell, and I can see and I can hear that it's working. You can hear the bell. The 2 minutes are over. I'd love to give you more time, but there will be 2 more days to discuss and share. But you see, while I'm talking, I can see and I can read perhaps some of your minds. I can see questions and ideas going through your mind, and that's why, to me, it was very important to give you a moment in between to perhaps reflect or share or just take some notes of what's going on. So, moving within and beyond the original scope, I'm going to take you now onto or take you with me a step beyond Montessori pedagogy, looking, as I said, not so much at the what, but in terms of how, and looking also at where and why and how we move to meet the needs of L2 learners. And I'm grateful to Jana, who is here, my dear colleague Jana Winnefeld, and who will also be hosting a workshop tomorrow, for her very excellent article on task-based learning in Montessori schools, where she points out that L2 learning necessitates a great deal more target language interaction in the classroom and more target language production, L2 output, by learners than may occur naturally or spontaneously, even in a bilingual classroom. They need to be active with the language, and it's the question that we have: how do we facilitate that if it doesn't just happen by itself, or we don't possibly also have enough time for just to wait and let it happen and let us see how it goes. So therefore, the conclusion is that adaptations will be necessary, even if we're in an immersion classroom, because there will be children coming into this immersion classroom who do not have this language as their first or as a familiar language. And the same may be so in a bilingual classroom. And what forms of adaptations we'll be looking at later on. But here's also a short overview for you to get you started. From what I gather, one of the most critical factors in terms of how much Montessori 100% staying within the original scope of the pedagogy can we do, or how much do we need to involve and include other methods, materials, approaches. What the factor that I see as vital is the amount of time that children spend in the institution. So if you're in a total immersion setting, then probably, and that's the blue triangle that's moving up towards the right, you will already have to make a few adaptations and add on extra things just to accommodate for these children coming in who are not at all familiar with the language. On day one, they will move on, they will develop, but we do have to take that into consideration. And as you can see, partial immersion, and then of course the setting that, for example, in Germany, Montessori schools, most Montessori schools actually are confronted with, is that they have 2 to 4 hours of the target language of the L2 per week. So that, of course, is not going to be able to be covered and to be nurtured in a substantial way within the original scope of Montessori. Other factors, the first factor that I mentioned is listed here as well, time. Of course, as a school, as an institution, we may just not have the personnel, the staff, the resources in terms of L2 teachers and guides, so there may be adaptations that are made for that reason. It depends also on the amount of experience that we already have, how experienced is our L2 or immersion program, the academic goals that I mentioned, the age of the children, students, and of course always individual students, children's needs. I see Montessori principles, and I've named here the most important ones, and successful L2 acquisition as 2 fields that we're aiming to overlap as much as possible. but it isn't always possible to have a 100% overlap. But you can see the direction that we're moving into. We've got the elements and the factors that I've already mentioned. And here are just some suggestions for different ways of organizing these adaptations, these add-ons, these different forms and formats that we need to accommodate for the L2 learning to take place. But now, let's get real. Come to my favorite part, actually, because I can speak in theory about so many things, and they become more comprehensible, more tangible, and more comparable to your own situation when you actually see what it's all about. I was mentioning the importance of context at the beginning, and also in the stages of acquisition and the BICS and CALP, different levels of proficiency. Here are 3 examples how we can move from a very strongly context-embedded setting. So you've got the very hungry caterpillar, and you've got all the fruits and food cut out, and they can be put in order, they can be manipulated, and so on. So the context of the story is very real, and it's very tangible. We move on then, taking this idea of the story of the very hungry caterpillar into a story map. So it's still related to the context that the children already know. From having been told the story or having retold it themselves, they can now reconstruct the story as they know it, or they can start going on their own creative paths and developing new stories based on this pattern, on this structure of Eric Carle's classic. And the third material would be an example, if you remember the Cummins quadrant that I showed you, the example for level C or the area C. So there is, for this here, writing a story no context. It's sort of moving on to higher writing forms, different genres, what does a good text entail, and this is very much context reduced, but it is at a cognitively high level. So this is sort of an illustration of the graph or the image that I showed you previously. So you can see ABC here. If you're thinking about D is something that's generally not really recommended. High cognitive demand, but low cognitive demand and low context, which would be like copying work, for example, just copying text. So let's stick to ABC. And that is sort of what our working memory also will enable us to do. Right, that you can take that for any plane, you can take it for first plane, but of course probably we'll be looking more at second plane development. Now, while you were exchanging with your partners, possibly and probably you weren't just talking about the language materials in terms of your favorite materials. Perhaps you were speaking about cosmic education and the wealth of resources, ideas, materials that we have there. Again, to quote Maria Montessori, this is what the child needs at age 7 to 12 to enlarge his or her field of action. And that's why I chose the world map, because it sort of is a good metaphor or illustration of that idea. And I'd like to show you now how we can go sort of from the classic Montessori material of the world map and then expand, add materials. And I'll just take a microphone and come over here. I'm very much a materials person, so I thought I need to bring something to show you, and you are very welcome later on to come and have a look and take photos, and we can, for the things that I've developed myself, of course, we can definitely find a way for me to send those to you or make those available to you. We see here something, one of the charts from the elementary classroom, something that you, of course, are also familiar with, the nomenclature cards, but already here we see that the reading that goes together with the landmarks and their names, the 3-part cards, the reading may sort of already be at a level that is too high, or possibly too low, depending on the linguistic proficiency of your learner. We tend to expect that as Montessorians we need to prepare everything and have a material for every single level. Now, the concept that I'll be also mentioning later on and that Jana will be introducing to you next week, tomorrow, is a concept that actually involves the learner much more in creating their own materials, and the secret is actually to provide open task formats, and some of these I've brought along to sort of illustrate this landmark idea. So there's a list of things that children can do and choose from. They can create a world map of their own, they can create a timeline of the landmarks based on when they were created. They can make an A to Z list of landmarks. They can create their own quiz about landmarks. There's also one here that I brought along. Or create landmark trading cards. I don't know if you're familiar with trading cards. So they could create a card for each landmark and then ask each other, well, what's the height of your building, or when was it built, and the oldest and the highest is the card that wins, or they just put them in order, ordering them according to different criteria. Creating fact sheets of their own. Again, I provide only a template and I provide an example. This is what a poster could look like, a poster of the Eiffel Tower. But the idea is for them to develop their own project ideas and for us to facilitate not only the projects taking place, but for them to be documented and evaluated as much as possible, as soon as possible in the target language. So there would be a project plan, there would be reporting, which is something actually that we know from project management at a much, much higher level. But these are elements that give the children a lot of autonomy and at the same time enable them to work at the language level that they're currently at. If they want to explore, they want to go into different continents and different regions, they will be also discovering and using new language, but it's the language that they want to acquire and that they need for their purposes. Another example is making their own little books. My book of landmarks, of course, it's not anything that's revolutionary, but it's just another way of saying you can use the target language and you will use as much of it as you can. The wonderful thing about open tasks is there is no limit. So if we're trying to create this challenging but safe environment, the challenge is you can make 2 books, you can make longer texts, you can go into more and more depth, or you can go into more and more linguistically demanding fields. So, as I said, you're welcome to have a look, and it even sort of goes down to my year 1 to 3 students who not really doing that much research yet, but they were fascinated by the idea of creating their own buildings, building with paper. So creative projects that can take place as well. So as I said, feel free to browse and talk to me. I'd be very, very happy to share with you. Just moving on now. Is it okay if I hold it like this, or does it make too much noise? Moving on to the third plane of development, obviously the teenagers are not going to be on the floor with the map and laying out the landmarks, but for them, what they need, Montessori tells us, is a school of experience in the elements of social life. And I think with Erdkinder, with the farm concept, with Erasmus, we have so many opportunities to bring the world to the school and to bring them to the world. Erasmus is just a wonderful way for youngsters to discover what a lingua franca is, that you can speak English and communicate with, in this case, students from Romania and Turkey, because it's their second language as well, with much less inhibition than if they were actually speaking to native speakers. Discovering everyone makes mistakes, everyone has insecurities, and there is a world out there that we want to become a part of, and actually the target language is a part of this world. You remember the little graph I showed you with the chunking of language and the level of then moving on from A2 to B1, where our working memory is in the position to have enough, not just chunks at its disposal, but also wants to express more complex things, where rule-based and pattern-based and structure-based work becomes more important. So the field of grammar. I've again taken a Montessori principle where Maria Montessori tells us that to teach details is to bring confusion, to establish the relationship between things is to bring knowledge. And I've used that and applied that to, in English, the English tenses, and you can see that and have a look and try it out yourself if you like. It's a model that represents how the English language uses different verb forms to express different ideas depending on what the speaker wants to say and intends, what their intention is, and uses the Montessori grammar symbols and puts everything into one big picture as a frame of reference to go back to. So it's not about teaching rules, it's about showing learners who are 12, 13, 14 or older, this is language that you've heard before, and this is the difference between saying I live here or she is balancing. Why do we use different forms? What do they express? And what examples are there that you can find that you've come across yourself or that you would like to use in your own language output? I'll put it back now. So, what I have shown you here with these open task formats is already an element of autonomous language learning, because if we're looking for a framework for the second and third plane of development to involve the L2 consciously, then autonomous language learning, as Jana will also be showing you and working with you tomorrow, is actually an ideal pendant. It's like the other side of the coin of Montessori in terms of language learning. It involves, and I'll just mention a few things here, it does involve introducing things, but it involves developing skills in the learners, and these skills are not just linguistic skills, they are also a repertoire of activities, knowing how to do things. So it's scaffolding in terms of language, scaffolding in terms of activities. The focus is very much on authentic language production. So what do you want to say? What do you want to express? What do you think about these landmarks, for example? It is accompanied, and that is central, it is accompanied by documentation and evaluation in the target language. So there is self-evaluation, there is peer evaluation and teacher evaluation. Using the target language, so the language is not just the goal, the language is always, and even in the case of evaluation, the tool to enable this to take place. You can see here I've added, rather than grammar teaching, use a focus on form approach, focus on form concept by Michael Long, which focuses on language, linguistic or grammatical forms as they arise, as they're needed. So if you want to write a story and it's in the past tense, well then you do have to have a look for the verb forms in the past. Where can we find those? Do we have dictionaries to help us, or index cards? We need, for a story in the past, we need past verb forms, but we don't teach the past tense because it's there. It isn't. And of course a lot of project work with real outcomes. So it's children and learners choose what to do, but they also monitor their work, they evaluate their work, they document it. And you will find out more about that tomorrow. But just to give you a short a taste, a small taste of what it could look like, here are some photos from my own classes. So you can see the 6 to 9 year olds creating their own domino cards in English. They are German children. Just actually starting school or in their first or second year, You can see 9 to 12 years doing project work on pirates and explorers, another wonderful topic for this age group. And you can see for the 12 to 15-year-olds a lot of freedom of choice. There's the curriculum on the left-hand side, topics they need to cover, and on the right-hand side, the different tools and techniques that they need to develop and that they can apply to any of the topics on the left-hand side. So that's the things you can do or should be doing. For all of you who are more interested in learner autonomy, this is a checklist that sort of talks you and walks you through different aspects to keep in mind, some of which I've already mentioned, but as you will be able to access this presentation later on, I won't go through all of them with you. But you can see involving learners in developing criteria for successful work is, for example, something we're perhaps not used to doing, but talking about what is a good story, what is a successful presentation, what is a poster that people will want to look at, what does that take, what does it require. All of these aspects of how to do things, use the target language, also develop linguistic skills and proficiency, and also develop a high degree of ability to direct yourself, to be in charge of your own learning, which is the goal of learner autonomy in a social context. Some more ideas and methods that many of you probably know and perhaps are already using. Perhaps one to look up and go back to is the Building method, which is wonderful in combination with grammar symbols. If anyone knows that, it's a method where you do one-to-one translation, word-by-word translation of target language text. It's great for poems, sometimes for difficult texts, sometimes for learners who feel very insecure about reading in the target language, where you give them, by providing a one-to-one translation, you give them an idea of what in their L1 is really exactly being said, and also realizing that the structure of the different languages, the word order and sentence patterns differ, which might be a step that they need to accept and to feel more reassured of their position in this L2 sea or ocean. So I'd like to hand over to you once more, and after all these ideas, topics and concepts that I've shared with you, I'd like you, so that we can perhaps together continue working today, tomorrow and beyond this conference, questions that you find most relevant to your own situation and your own experience that you would like to, and I can't promise it'll happen today, but I promise that we'll be looking at these and we'll be involving these questions in our future work. And you have slips of paper in front of you, so try in pairs or in a small group to decide on 3 most pressing questions or aspects, topics that you would like to discuss further. Perhaps thinking back to your initial note that you made, your reflection based on the plane of development you're working in, and I'll give you 3 minutes for that.
I'm thinking we could hand out sticky papers and for them to write the questions on there and put it up somewhere so we can have a look at it.
Okay, because I was thinking we could also facilitate with my I wasn't sure.
We hand out, so if you can announce it.
Yes. So just one small change. Mirka has found these wonderful post-its, sticky notes, and we can put them up on the posters that have already been prepared.
On the black wall, maybe?
Yeah, or on the black wall, so they'll be even more visible, and you'll be able to very quickly see what your colleagues here have been thinking and asking themselves about. Okay. to, but to give me your ears once more for a very short roundup. Coming to the end. I know we're already a little bit over the time, but please bear with me just for a few more minutes. These sticky notes, when you go out in a few minutes, hopefully, for coffee, you can post on the black wall over there, so you'll have a complete overview, and maybe we can do some sorting later on and see what fields, what areas there are of inquiry, of where we need answers or where we need to develop further. So, we can't ask Dr. Montessori herself, unfortunately, what to do about the L2, but I found this quote from the renowned Montessorian and expert Angeline Lillard, who says, well, Dr. Montessori and her collaborators adjusted the material sets as needed, and surely they would be somewhat different today had they continued this work. And, for example, materials for using computers and learning foreign languages would likely have been developed and introduced at appropriate points. We are continuing Montessori's work in doing this. It is a work and a labour she would want us to be doing, and it means going beyond the original scope. I want to bring in one more aspect, going back to your greetings and exchange of languages at the very beginning of my talk this afternoon, where you found out from each other what all the linguistic resources are that you bring along. I'm using the metaphor that Owen Crisfield, also one of the bilingual Montessori speakers, one of the webinars on L2 learning and bilingualism by Owen Crisfield. She uses the metaphor of the Jenga game and the Jenga tower to express how important a child's first language is, that this first language needs to be strengthened and developed, because the languages that are then added will find much more stability, there will be much more room for growth if there is a solid base and a solid foundation, as you can see demonstrated here. And you'll find a reference to one of Owen's books. The other one is Bilingual Families, and the other one is in my list of references. Returning to the Tower of Babel, well, as I said, it wasn't a story about language, but still it can teach us something. It will always teach us about humility, about seeing where the need for growth lies, and perhaps taking into consideration that what we need most of all is to develop understanding and love and comprehension of each other's needs as educators in terms of our children and their families as well, and turning this tower that was not a success story into something more like the pink tower that you can see outside, which unites us as Montessorians in this will to develop further and to create a community not only of learning but of peace and understanding. Thank you very much.
I left the good news to Mirka.
Thank you so much. I wish we had more time for questions. Yeah, we'll think of something. It's coffee break. We are 15 or 20 minutes late, but it's okay. We're not pressured to finish at 5. So let's have the full half an hour, and please be back here in 15 past the hour, okay? For our panel led by Mary Kay McKay. No, sorry, by Lucy Urbančíková. So be back in 30 minutes, okay? 15 minutes past the hour. Thank you. Panel discussion. The panel discussion is going to be led by this amazing woman. Her name is Lucia Urbanchikova, and we call her Lucy. So sometimes it gets confused because we also have a second Lucy in the team of the Bilingual Montessori project. So this is our Czech Lucy, but Lucia in reality. And I want to say that she was at the root of this work at the Lead Montessori conference in 2019. And when the conference was, Mary Kay started talking about her discussion and then about the topic of second language learning, and it was Lucia who came up and said this was so important for her, that she heard these words and that somebody's thinking about this work. She is an L2 teacher, and she represents the people who have a very hard job in Montessori classrooms. Because those of you who are not Montessori trained and L2 teachers in Montessori classrooms, you know it's hard. And she raised her voice and she said, I would like to be heard, and I have a story to tell, and I would like to fight together with you for improvement of Montessori language programs. So huge applause, please, for Lucia Urbanchikova.
Thank you very much, Mirka. The good news is that there are more of us here today who are willing to share our experience, how the L2 can be brought to the classroom by those who did not enter the Montessori classroom through the Montessori training. And these three wonderful ladies we have here, we have Jennifer, Katja, and Shuba today. And in order to get the most out of the 60 minutes we were given here, we are not going to do the standard or normal introductions where everyone says where they come from and how long they worked and what their experience is. Therefore, we have this table which covers the most important aspects. And yes, we do sit, or they sit in the order of the columns, okay? So as they start answering the questions or they start sharing, you can check, oh, so she's talking from this perspective. So this is a trial. We'll see if it works, but I believe that this could be helpful for everyone to feel oriented, because that's one of our fundamental needs, right? To feel oriented. Okay, so let's get started. So I will enter the discussion by sitting down. But actually, before I sit down, I would like to share one of the most important quotes that has been guiding me through my teaching practice for the last several years, 5 or 6 years. It's from Dylan William, who is a British expert on experiential learning. On formative approach or formative assessment. And he says, everything works somewhere, but nothing works everywhere. And with this mindset, I would like to ask you to listen to the discussion we will have here. Because if I can say, I'm sure of one thing 100%, everything you hear, you will hear here, will not be applicable to your setting. But I'm 100% sure that something will be applicable to your setting, to your context, and you will be inspired by it. So with this mindset, I would like to ask the first question, and the question is following. Jennifer has 16 years of experience in the classroom, Katja 10, and Shuba 18. And my question to you is, go back in time to the moment when you walked into the classroom and you started working in the Montessori setting. What would you advise yourself, knowing what you know now, back in time? So what would you advise yourself?
Go ahead. Me first? Ask more questions. I think ask and ask and ask your main guides, especially when you first go in and it's something which is, and you're coming from a very different approach and things are done in a certain way and everything has a purpose and things are presented in a certain way. And I think there are things that we take for granted from ESL and we don't necessarily think about, and perhaps they're super obvious for Montessorians, but when you come from the outside world, it's not super obvious. And I think that's a pitfall that I made definitely at the beginning. Katja?
Well, thank you. I agree with you. I think that's part of the learning and growing in our job. Trusting our colleagues and all the adults that are around us. And I will add, and I will say to Katja in those years, like, buckle up. This is going to be the funniest, the best work ever, because you're going to know a lot of interesting persons, people, also children, of course. And this will open doors around the world, because it's not only where you are right now. So please be ready. So that.
Yes, Katya, I agree with you. Back in time, I would say myself, don't forget to breathe, because we always forget to breathe. And also, I would say that there are many options. You don't have to be rigid. There are many options. Things will work out slowly and slowly. Give that time. Time will really help you to reach where your destination is. So I would say that back in time, I was like a little bit nervous, rigid, or maybe just following, theoretical things. There could be many pedagogies to be used, and it could be sometimes that you don't read those pedagogies, or you don't learn, or there are you don't go to those workshops or something, but you can create your own pedagogy which will work in your classroom. So give that time to yourself, give that time to the children. They will eventually learn. Don't give up on them. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will connect your answers with some other follow-up questions and maybe other thoughts. As Jennifer, you mentioned, ask more questions. And one thing that came to my mind, because I was walking your shoes as well, this would not be advice to myself, but I would take care of one thing. I would tell the Montessori guide in the classroom, you ask me questions as well. I will share with you, why do I do the things on the language the way I do it. So for me, it's a both way trip, because both sides, unless both adults in the classroom have both trainings, they are there to support each other and to ask each other. And I know that this is a big challenge sometimes, which is connected to the next aspect for me is the culture. Because usually the L2 specialists come from a different country. They don't have to be native speakers. They just are speakers of language from a different country. And I know that you have experience with that when you came to a different country where you were asked to work on either English or Spanish, to be the L2 person. So how did it feel like? What were the things that you were dealing with when you started working in a different country?
For me, it was the cultural aspect. I'm coming from a different country, different culture. Trying to think that how would I connect with the children, how would I connect with the parent, how would I connect with the adult in the classroom. Lot of observations, lot of learnings. I would say the key for the present day that I'm able to connect with the children and the adult and adapt to the new culture is the observation. More you observe, more you learn, and you know how to react on the things that needed to be done. So that's what I feel.
Okay, thank you. Well, I can tell my experience when I started teaching Spanish in the United States.
And the most amazing part is when they tell me, you're going to teach from toddler all the way through children's house and all the way through lower elementary, and if you want, upper elementary. And I said, well, I'll stop in lower elementary. I think what I try to also learn and observe is how am I going to communicate with the adult to make it happen, to make the children enjoy what I'm trying to give them. My mentor, she was from China, and so it's a lot of cultures there. So I think she gave me a lot of tips like, okay, so you need to connect with the adult first. You need to make the children trust you. So that was kind of a beautiful tip that I got at the beginning. So that worked, and I think making the adult trust me, because I'm gonna make something amazing with the children, that helped too. So I would like to advise in that part.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Katja. I think fundamentally it's what underlines all of our work, the human connection between the adults, and therefore as the main pieces of material in the environment that we are, really that's what's going to help foster a healthy learning environment for the children too. I would contrast my experience in my first days of teaching English in Spain, where even perhaps my own view of culture was a lot more simplistic than it is now. I think that over the years you learn a lot more about it, not just being part of, well, I'm from this country, or you're from that country, and so maybe we do things in a different way. But I now view culture as something which is so incredibly complex and so related to so many different things, and we'll go further into that tomorrow, but I think that's really, it all boils down to the human connection between the two people that are in the room at the same time, sharing the same air and sharing the same place.
You mentioned that we will talk about it tomorrow. I just would like to, this will be a small ad window to Jennifer's session tomorrow. There will be some topics which we will mention during this discussion, but we will not go too deep into them. And the reason is because Jennifer is going to mention them tomorrow. And one of the big topics is the cooperation between the Montessori guide and the L2 guide. So just so you know, we're not avoiding this topic, but we want to share the space with another workshop that's held tomorrow. And going back to your answers, Katja, you mentioned the different ages that in one day you go through different planes of development. And because this is a panel discussion, not necessarily a speech on the topic, I would like to connect it with what Birgitta was talking about. And this is for me like a perfect live example. And if you could think about those situations where you have, let's say, upper elementary child, but is a beginner in the language, and how to, on one hand, use the richness of the whole Montessori curriculum, including the CASA, but of course, upper elementary child will not work with the CASA type of material, which would be suitable but would not be applicable to them. So thinking about that, how actually working with the language makes you to transfer from one plane to another when you go from one room to another in one day.
Well, I'm not really sure what to say actually, Lucy. I didn't have a lot in. I need a moment. Thanks.
Well, I think it was hard at the beginning because I needed to put on a hat and jump in a toddler environment where it was only 30 minutes. So I had a goal like, okay, 30 minutes twice a week, we're gonna make it happen. So you need to recognize and be knowledge about the stage of those children, what they need, what they would like to do. So you need to prepare a lot. There were lessons of a lot of themes and things, But obviously, when you go back, bring those children down to maybe listen to colors and shapes and family and names, and then try to jump and sing. So then you took off a hat and then walk down the street and go inside a children's house. It's a different environment. It's a different level of how we set up the 15 minutes. So you get to 30 minutes, then make it shorter. Now it's 15 minutes. Okay, we'll make it happen. Open with a song. So it's quite a challenge, because now when I leave the children's house, it's my time to go in the lower elementary environment, and that is a total different story. Right? I had a table, a specialty table when I get there, so I couldn't interrupt. They know I was kind of invisible, like going in very smoothly, and every child knew who was coming first. Maybe I could call them very, very discreetly, but what I liked the most about those 3 different environments was that the guide in charge of those environments were respecting our work. And that made it super easy, well, sometimes, but I think that taking a hat, now putting on another one, so it makes you feel like, okay, this is a lot of experiences. So I think it's a lot of planning, a lot of concentration, and be aware of surprises.
I was just thinking as well, reflecting on managing to cater sometimes for these different needs. Obviously, when you have children who don't have such a high level of English, and you're tempted to bring up maybe material from children's houses to help in lower elementary, but then it's not so appealing. Really, we can play around a lot with the mixed age range in the environment, and we can use older learners who perhaps don't have such a high level of English to work with the younger learners who do have a slightly higher level of English, so that effectively the younger learners are teaching the older learners, but perhaps not feeling like they're so much set in those roles. It's more about sharing the activity together. And in that sense, yes, we can play around with these kinds of things. But yes,
I would like to add just one thing, that like, I don't bring any material. I understand that, because they don't want to work with that. So bring in some games, maybe create some materials that you can play some games. They are included in that games, and they would learn faster because it's a game. They think that it's not a learning, but it's a game. Like memory game, Simon says, like vocabulary, or reading a story, and then suppose you're saying, okay, the cat is sitting on the mat. What do you think what's going to happen next? And they will create. You never know that the cat might turn up to be a dinosaur at the end of the story, but then it's starting to create a story there. So I add a lot of games to my environment, to our environment, so that they are engaged and they like it, and they are eager to know, okay, Shubha, have you prepared something for tomorrow? What we are going to play tomorrow? So this is one of the things that I would like to mention here. Thank you.
Just my thoughts as you were sharing, Katja, as you talked about the different hats, that you have to change the hats. But yes, changing the hats for me, and at the same time, because I was in your situation as well, or I have been, and for me, under the hat is still one person. And what really helped me working with the older children, not necessarily more advanced ones, but with the older, having the experience working with the younger, because I knew how to break it down to make it easier. So the working with the little children, in my experience, helps me to be a better language guide or teacher for the older ones, because I know how to make the smaller steps, which with the older kids sometimes we don't allow ourselves to make, because it may feel they know it, but along the way we may find out that this is the place where they maybe have some misconception or misunderstanding. And using this approach, this thinking, helped me a lot working. So changing the hats that's been very beneficial for, when I say for me, I mean for my teaching it and for the benefit of the children. So it's not that I benefit from it, but the children do. So there was just one more thought that following on what you were discussing. Now, to bring in some examples from your classroom, we all have some situations which are very memorable for us. They might have been very tiny, such as, so this is my question, and I will give you time to think about the answer, and I will share my situation, the most memorable one first, so you have time to think. This was a 5th grader whom I've been working with for 4 years. Very smart girl, very good at maths, all the science lessons, all the sciences. And at one moment, the only thing I was able to get out of her at one moment, she said, "I hate English." And I shocked her by my reactions, and I said, "Thank you, now I know what's happening," because she wouldn't talk to me at all. And the great end of this story, 2 years later as an adolescent, she came to me and she said, "Can we set up a meeting with you and my mom?" I said, "Of course." So we had a small talk with her and her mom, and she said, "I want to learn English now." I said, okay, so we talked about some possibilities, how I can support her. And this was in January. May rolled around and she surpassed her classmates who were A2, B1 level. So that was absolutely amazing. I have never seen anything like that. And the biggest lesson for me was when I dared to ask her, "So what helped you the most?" And she said, "I wanted to learn English." So this was one of the most memorable moments for me. And the learning lesson for me was, I can try my best, I can motivate, but me and the student, we have our share of work, and we cannot do all the work for the other. So going from the head, I want to learn English. I know that I should learn English or L2, but I want. So this was my most memorable moment from the classroom. And what is yours?
I have many, many moments, but I have one which is similar in the sense that I had one learner, an adolescent, he's 15 actually, I think he's actually even turned 16 now, and had always had a very traumatic time with English. There was always a huge barrier there. It was very, very difficult. It's true he also had learning difficulties and the rest, but he was convinced that no, and the answer was, "Jenny, I don't speak English. Jenny, I understand English, all in Spanish." Very, very little engagement with it. And in the teenage stage, and with it being such a social world, well, it just turned out that we had one child arrive one year from another country who didn't speak any Spanish and only spoke English, and there was great interest there, and it was enough. I didn't have to do anything. It was as easy as just having them sit together, look at each other, want to communicate, and it bloomed. He couldn't suddenly write large emails or have long conversations, but it was enough to get him going to saying, "Hello, how are you? My name is..." And once that's there and that's rolling, it's as you say, it's the want more than anything else. It's finding that.
Well, I'm thinking there's tons of things that I would like to share with you, but I was thinking one of the most amazing, when I noticed that something was going on with a child leaving the group, because you have a group and then you start going on, especially in Spanish, it was Spanish, but he was distracted, leaving the group, and I also asked, what is it? Something, I'm not moving in the right direction, I'm not jumping enough, something is going on. And what I tried to do was translating. I translate what I was telling, what I was saying, what I was giving in that moment, and then that was catching the attention. Because obviously in that moment that child didn't get any Spanish at all. So what I was trying and experiencing and researching, it was like, okay, I need to translate. So that was a wow moment, because okay, then now on, I said, I'm gonna give the exercises and I'm gonna translate for that child, because this will engage, and that happened. So I would like to share more, but I think that came to me as a wow moment to my experience.
Well, I have similar stories like Lucy said and Katya said, but I would like to add a different story. There is this child, he's very moody, and he would come and he decides whether he wants to have a lesson with me or he doesn't want to. So initially we started with, okay, if you want, then we can have the lesson. If you don't want, it's fine, but we can talk. So slowly we started talking, we started connecting, and suddenly one day, like he's bringing in the material and he is asking me, would you mind to give me a lesson? And I'm like, wow, the transformation in 3 months. And now, like, he says that if you call me so and so, I really like you, and if you call me so and so, we can do our activities together. And I'm like, wow, this is a great achievement. After, like, I don't want to do or skipping the classroom, or so this is a great achievement, I would say, in 4 months.
I have another.
Sure, go for it.
I've just thought of another one. I can remember walking down, at the time I was the specialist in the lower elementary environment at school, and I can remember walking down one day with my material thinking that I was going to give a lesson on something else that wasn't related to what I ended up doing. And it was because when I walked through the door, I tend to go around with a cup of tea at school. I'm a big tea drinker. And the children looked inside the cup, and there were a lot of loose leaves at the bottom, and they were like, what's that? And it was one of those moments when it was like, I can do this now. So we started looking at tea. We talked about the different types of fermentation of tea. We got the globe out. We looked at where China was. We talked about how it would get there. And in the end, I did not do what I was planning to do. But I did have groups and groups of children come and say, what's in Jenny's cup? And I did have groups and groups of children who wrote about what tea was, and managed to do a few different differences between green tea, blue tea, and black tea. So sometimes it's just forgetting the plan and rolling with that connection that you have sometimes.
Yes.
You use the word forgetting the plan. For me, it is following the children.
Yeah.
So it's the same coin, but it's just different perspective. And knowing that even though I will not do what I have planned, I will cover, that is just the excitement from the children. That's amazing, at least in my experience, amazing driving force.
Yeah.
And also as a side note to that, or thought, is when they see that they can be involved with what they are interested in, and they can bring in topics. They just follow, and they just start bringing some ideas. Can we do this? Can we do that? And this is just a great source for motivation, because for me as an L2 person, when they say, oh, we would like to learn more about the tea, and I say, okay, but I wanted them to practice some, whether like sentence chunks or grammar point. And I say, okay, no problem, because the beauty of grammar is that it can be practiced on any topic. So combining the needs of both sides, that they talk about what they want to talk about, and from my end, that they practice what I want them to practice, this is the win-win situation. And related to that, there were pretty much all the stories here mentioned, talked about that the learning is not linear, especially in the language, that nothing is happening for a long time and suddenly there is this leap. And then yes, there may be some stagnation again. But the fact that the child is not progressing, it doesn't mean that the child is not doing anything in terms of the language. That the seed is in the ground, and yes, there are some small roots coming out, but it didn't pierce the earth yet. And I would like to go back to what Katja mentioned, which I think is a big hot potato topic. And it's the question of translating. And let me remind the quote I said at the beginning: everything works somewhere, but nothing works everywhere. But after so many years of experience in the classroom, what are your thoughts, not necessarily thoughts, but what's your experience with translating? Yes, no, how, to what extent? So whatever about translations.
It's complex. I think that I would tend to prefer that translation came from within the group of children, that the adult did not model that. Certainly where I'm working, I've seen moments where adults do model that, notably adults who perhaps do not feel like the children will be able to follow in English, and so to a certain extent their filter is a little clouded because they're thinking, oh well, if I don't understand it, or maybe another adult doesn't understand it, then the child won't understand it. But children's brains don't work the same way that adults' brains work, so I don't believe that it's really that necessary. I think that if it does get done, it needs to be done within the group of children. I think that's another learning possibility for the children. But I do realize that there are moments when maybe for an emotional connection, maybe for some conflict resolution, maybe for some reassurance, sometimes it is necessary to allow that to happen. And I think we need to put the emotional needs of the children before anything else. And that does crop up.
Sure.
I don't know.
Agree? I think, for example, if you have a child coming from another country, I mean, and I agree that maybe the children will show the way and they will follow. If it's an emotional moment that you need to go down and try to reach these child emotions and help them translate, but it's specifically in those moments to help them. I would like to, if you don't mind, I would like to share when I started working in an immersion class. It was Chinese and English, but the lady who was speaking English, the guide, also was doing sign language. It was American Sign Language. So when my mentor, my math and the training teacher asked me to join them as a third assisting them both, but as a third adult, at the beginning of the school year, she asked me to speak English because she wanted she wanted the children to know me, to trust, and then started building up that trust when we became, after holidays in January, when we started back. She said, from now on, you're going to start Spanish. So they knew me, they were comfortable with me in the environment, but the clue was that the three of us, she was speaking Chinese, the other guide was speaking English, and I learned the sign language. So the three of us were guiding the children with sign language. So when I started talking Spanish, even though it wasn't the signing for Spanish, but I kept the signing. So that's when the children started absorbing the Spanish, but it was guided by the sign language. So that's when we noticed that at the end of the school year, well, maybe about May, the children came to me and talked to me in Spanish, went to the other guide in Chinese, and went to the guide to talk in English. So maybe in that example, you can tell there's going to be a union, but it was like the Chinese and the Spanish teacher catching the sign language. So that helped, and it helps a little bit. It's translating, but it's showing this is a watch, or sitting, or stand up, or wait, or hold on. So it helped a lot.
So that was teacher translating or modeling over the children. in my case, I'm new to this country, and I do not know the language. So there are projects that children are presenting, and they translate it to me in English. So there is this child. She was presenting her model and her project, and I was not able to understand. So one of the child could see that I'm just trying harder to understand what she is presenting. She came to me and she said, "Do you want me to translate?" And I said, "Yes, please. I'm not able to understand what she's speaking." And then she's like, she told the presenter that, "Could you go slow, like one step at a time, so that I can translate it to Shubha, so that she is able to understand." So this is also happening, that the child translated to the teacher, since you do not know the language. So it was fantastic, though.
I mean, from the stories we've just heard, I see like one underlying thread that, again, it's about terminology and about different shades. The question was, do you use translation? But yes, there was a translation, children to each other, that the fact that I don't have to speak the language, but I understand it, so when the children translate it, I say, yes, oh, yes, let's go on. So it's not only translating that I have to say it. We had the example of the sign language. This is the beauty, for me, is like kind of digging deep, going down under, that it may, translation. No, we use the OPOL approach. I have nothing against that. If it works for your setting environment, that's fine. But let's just try to look for ways where the needs of both sides are met, meaning the needs of the teacher, of the guide, and of the children. Because language is communication between people, and it's the connection. And if the connection is there is no need to learn the language, because I don't have, as a child, the need to connect with that. And we have about 15 more minutes of our talk. And before I ask the last question, I was thinking that if there are any questions you have and you would like to get 3 answers from 3 different settings, from 3 different sets of experience, you can think about the questions while you're listening to the answers. And if there are no questions, we will continue with our discussion, but I felt that it could be a nice opportunity for you to get feedback on what has been on your mind for a long time. And my question now to you would be, can you recall like one of the biggest aha moments that helped you to suddenly see something that you knew that it probably works that way, but it's that moment when it clicks, that you know it, but then suddenly you start living it. Is there something that could be the big aha? Yes,
I can go. I think that everything is interconnected, really. Having lunch about a month ago, having cooked rice with my teenagers in the environment, and somebody said, "How many rice did you do?" And I said, "How many rice?" And it was just the perfect moment for a mini grammar lesson whilst we were eating lunch, you know. And it was, and it's just, you do sometimes just need that little daily reminder, no? Because there are times between planning and programs and making sure that you fit everything into the school year in your day, and oh no, the kids have been off sick for a week, how am I ever going to catch up, you know? Taking advantage of those small moments and remembering that you're there living it, and that observation is as valid as any other observation that you make in a lesson in a normal setting. I mean, I think that is one for me. I don't know.
Ready?
You? I'm just thinking one.
Well, So I have an example right now that I'm living right now. I'm assisting a guide in 3 to 6 environment, And everything that I've learned before when I was teaching Spanish in United States is giving me, I will say, like a lot of confidence on creating those emergency groups. Those, now we need to make a group in the environment in the three-hour cycle, morning cycle. So let's find something. And as Jennifer said, okay, we'll it has to be something that brings you down, even though you're planning, even though you have a plan with a guide, there has to be a surprise. So I think everything is an opportunity to teach, to give some examples with the children. It could be colors, it could be anything. And the other day, I was working, and I love this exercise a lot. And one of our coaches here can tell me that it was amazingly rich. So we sit. It was like 5 children. We sat at the floor. We brought a small mat, and I said, "Okay, come on, read the idea. Okay, this is it." So we started working with a small color box number 1. And I didn't want it to misuse it, because we all know that the material, the Montessori material, has to be used in a special way. So I said, I don't want to get wrong. So what I started to ask them to please go around, it was taking turns, go around and find an object, or go around and find something with the color red, blue, or yellow. So that made me think, how much movement do they need sometimes in the environment? Because we always are either working on a table, working on the floor, but those kind of groups that you can create, being creative, and then it's like make them move, make them think, make them be aware of what is going on in the environment. That for me is one of the most amazing moments, when they go and please walk, because you're adapting also grace and courtesy movements. Walk very slowly and look around and bring something red. It could be anything. One day they also just didn't want to move and said, your glasses, they're here. But I think being creative, taking advantage of the knowledge of the material that is around you, it could work or it can bring, but I wanted to give you that example, that not misusing the material, but can work creatively.
I have been working in different schools, and Montessori, integrated Montessori, different syllabus, along with Montessori. So for me, like, I was learning throughout my journey of teaching, and what helped me in this 18 years to understand that you need to bring curiosity in your classroom, and before bringing the curiosity, you have to be connected, well connected with the child. You have to understand the child, and then create your plan, your program for the benefit of the child. And what helped me is, I'm talking about when I was working with 3 to 6 years old, what worked for me, and I could understand that, oh, from there they're learning the vocabulary, they're learning the sentences, is the bear hunt song. So the bear hunt was like famous, and whenever you're singing, you can add on to another sentences, make it to your own, what you want them to learn, and then it worked really well, and I could see, oh, a lot of English happening, you know. So that was one of the aha moment. And also in my 6 to 9 year classroom, I could see that a lot of drama, a lot of asking questions, and how do you ask them questions, or how you talk to them, they reciprocate in the same manner. So like if you just say, oh, give me that pen, so they would learn, okay, give me that pen. Would you mind to give me that pen? Or would you like to give them various sentences for, and they learn that way. So initially when I started, it was the their native language and the English. So I didn't know how to cope up with that. Now I know, okay, a lot of drama, a lot of curiosity, and like when you speak differently, and bring in a lot of other sentences, like I'm glad to meet you, I'm happy to meet you, or nice to meet you. You are giving them different vocabularies, so this really worked for me in the environment.
I know I promised to give you the option to ask questions, and it's still true, but I have one more question which will be very quick answers, which I think will could be great before the break, because they could follow up with other discussion in the lobby. My question is, how much time do you spend in the classroom? So the answer could be, I'm there 3 times a week for 30 minutes, 60 minutes, just so we can see a small sample of how the L2 instruction takes place in the classrooms.
In my case, I'm in the classroom all the time because I'm in a co-guide role in adolescent community. But I have English instruction formally maybe 6 hours a week, I think, and then I have occupations with them, so I cook with them another 6 hours a week in English. But really formal instruction, that's it. The rest is living with them, really. And loving them.
So I would like to give the example of when I was teaching in Spanish in United States. So the toddler house had twice a week, 30 minutes per session. Children's house, it was every day 15 minutes. And also there was another surprise when I knew that I was going to give lessons to 6 different environments. So it was 6 different stories. And then to lower elementary was going to be daily, 3 times inside the environment and twice a week in the world language room. We used to call it that way. So the children, the lower elementary children came in our space, and it was like an open space, and we could movement and dancing and everything that we cannot do inside the environment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm also all the time in the classroom, and it's 5 days a week and 30 minutes every day.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yes, and now your questions.
Actually, I want to clarify something about what you say. When you say, for example, I teach every day, how many hours do the kids get? Because if you take small groups and you're there like 6 hours a week teaching, does every child get 6 hours, or how many hours?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I will just say the question in the mic, so making sure that everyone hears, and then you will also double check whether that's what you meant, and this will give the time to the speakers to think, to panelists to answer. So your question is, how much time actually like each child gets out of the time you're in the classroom? So if you're there, let's say 3 times a week, doesn't mean that each child meets you, or you're with the child 3 times a week.
I would say, so one group probably twice a week. Like each group gets twice a week.
Mm-hmm.
So there are 3 groups, so each group gets twice a week. If not, sometimes it could be like morning and afternoon, just to check with the timing, but twice a week, each group.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm thinking about the lower elementary example that I gave. It was three times inside the environment, so it was 30 children. So what I did, it was I split those 30 children, and I needed a group. So the moments that I have with them, it was around 20 minutes per child, 20 to 30 minutes, and it could be a small group, pairs, or it could be individual. So it was a long exposure to the language. So because the children's house, it was 15 minutes, the whole group every day. And then the toddler house, it was only 30 minutes twice a week. So it could be a different format.
Right now, mine get 4 times a week, at least an hour, 4 times a week. And there are times when I have another specialist come down, I split the group. So they get explicit teaching, they get that much, then implicit the rest because I'm there. But certainly when I was working as an English specialist, ducking in and out of the elementary environments, it was something similar to you guys. Maybe it would be half an hour one day in one environment, half an hour in another day, and yeah, time goes fast.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
My question is, because you have, all of you have so many years experience, what can be a message from you as second language teachers to the school administration? Or the ones who decide on your schedule, on your work, on something, you have something that you wish to tell, and what is very important to you.
Okay, thank you. I will just voice your question. So it's what would you like your administrators to know? What are your wishes from the L2? Okay, I know this may be a little tricky question because your administrators may be here. I don't know if they are there now. Okay, if I may, I will just rephrase your question with the same goal. If you had a magic wand and you could use it as many times as you want, what would be the thing that you would like to ask the administrator to cater to you as an L2 person in the environment? Anyone?
Ready?
Katja, you seem ready. You've got your magic wand.
Well, well, I think right now in my present job, I think I think the afternoons could work more for our, like more input to that second language. I mean, because right now in Madrid school we all speak English, but I'm kind of like supporting my guide to add more exposed to the language to more groups. So I think the afternoons could be more going deep into that thing. So that's my question, and I have her here. So
Well, I'm thinking.
oh, you're ready?
Yeah. Time. Really?
Yes,
That's what it boils down to. It's
Yeah,
a lengthy
more exposure.
process, and when you're in a context where English is not like the main language spoken, it's not spoken at home, then it's a case of the more you give, the more input you give, the more output you're going to get. So I also agree with you, Katja, on when you're talking about the afternoons, I'm assuming you're talking about like extracurricular activities
No,
and
the
things that go on
afternoons
in the afternoons?
when we have only the third graders, the eldest, well, actually from 4 to 6. I mean, I think the afternoons are less children, more chances of, yeah. I would like to say, support my guide more in that manner. Hmm?
Well, thinking.
Another thing I guess I could add as well is that I think we could mix English up, you know. I think that the English teacher could go to music lessons and the English teacher could go to PE
everywhere
as well. And like, if you really did have that time, then you could be an extra person in that group, and why not, you know, turn it into something more real than always thinking about having to do things within the environment, or, you know, let's make it a part of.
Yes.
So that's why I asked about the extracurricular side of things.
I think I agree with you. Going back to that in United States, I think me being involved in different, they're going to the museum, would you like to come? Of course, because that's when you go out of the environment and live life with them. So that's awesome too. Yes.
Actually, picking up on that, that's something that happens when you're a specialist that's stretched across several environments.
Yes.
You don't actually get to feel like you're really a part of that environment. So maybe one day one environment has a going out, but you
Yeah.
can't go because you have to be in the other environment.
Yes.
And I think that for administrators is really important to know as well, because in the end, if you're not really a part of the group, it's difficult for the children to see you as a part of the group. And if the children don't see you as a
Yeah.
part of the group, then the learning is going to be
Yes.
difficult. So there will be more obstacles, I
Yes.
think. Sorry, Shuba, would you like to
Thinking, I don't know what to
add
ask.
anything else?
Okay. Like the last set of, thank you very much for that question. And to bring it to a closure is, Jenny, as you were talking about, as much time as we can get. And to bridge it to your session tomorrow, what comes to my mind is, yes, as L2 people, we want to have as much time as possible. At the same time, I've seen situations where L2 took over L1, and there was not enough room to practice or to work on L1. And to me, this is to find the right balance for the school, for the local context, and how to go about negotiating what is the best for the given school. This is something that you will be discussing tomorrow. One thing is the administrator giving you the space to figure this out. So that's actually maybe strange to end an L2 discussion on the topic of L1. But it's all interconnected. So thank you very much. We did talk for 60 minutes. And thank you for all you being here. And it was very interesting that some of the answers, there was like, woo, there were like some discussion immediately. So I think with the sensors, we could say, okay, this is the hot topic, the hot question. So thank you. Have a great rest of the day. And my question goes to Mirka, if there's anything that you would like to add from the organizational point of view. Oh, okay.
Thank you. First of all, let's give them a big round of applause. This was super interesting for us here, but also for the people on Facebook. Because I've observed the stream, and there are like hundreds of people watching and saying what an amazing content you shared and your experience, and they just loved it as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
From the organizational point, tomorrow we are starting at 9 o'clock here in this room with an activity which is called a World Cafe, and you'll have an hour and a half to talk to each other. So we'll start the day with that, and then we'll go into the rest of the program. And I think that's as much as we need to share now. Go ahead and go out, see our beautiful city of Prague, find a nice place to talk to each other.
Amazing, my friend.
And see you
Let's
tomorrow.
keep in touch.
Thank you.
If you want to come to Madrid, you know.
Yeah,
We're the time.
if you ever want to come to Malaga,
No, we'll
let's
exchange
share numbers now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.